Evening all. Apologies for the delay, I was still eating. It's been one of those days today where things just keep getting away from me. But here we are, almost on time. Fashionably late, one might say. And thank you, Max. The Dan is on time fund. Dan is never on time. This is a fact, I'm afraid. Due to being so late, I literally just had a bowl of chips. That's it. That's all I've eaten. Oh, actual chips. Yes, skin on, thick cut chips. None of those nasty, oily, frying things. Reverse seclusion. Yeah, that's a good word. Anyway, without further ado, what are we doing? Yes, so I thought it would be nice to smooth off some of the interaction that we've got between the holo display and the NPCs. So over the past couple of days, we added NPC crew to the chairs. And we added the ability to issue commands to the NPCs, but that through playtesting, the interaction between the holo display and the NPC is a little bit clunky, and I want to kind of smooth that off a bit and make it a little bit more like natural language. We want the interaction to be natural, as if you were talking to an actual person. So rather than having sort of a set of steps, we want it to be just, right, target this, sort of thing. So let's see what we can do with it. Oh wow, Fim43, thank you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, that would be good as well, Celtic, definitely. In fact, we could add a little bit of situational awareness to the display. To a point. Once I've got a radial menu and everything set up, it will be a lot easier, because we can just do like nested commands. But until that time, we will just have to cobble along with what we've got. So like where we've got this, we could perhaps add like a little horizontal divider perhaps, and then have another widget switcher, which is dependent on which mode you have selected. So for example, where we've got the 4 modes here, on the long range one specifically, we've got this details button, which is only relevant if you're on the long range. So we kind of don't need that there unless we're on the long range. So what if what's it called? Is it spacer? Spacer. Are they visible? Oh, cat in the way. I know. No, they're not visible. That's no good, but we do have a borderline we can drop in, perhaps. No, not that one. That one. So we could do something like that, and then have have this change depending on what you've got selected here. So in fact, if we add 2 of those, then the long range details one would actually appear in that section. So we'd have whichever one you click on, obviously this list here changes, which would be the way to do it. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so I added like a default range, which is roughly equivalent to where the habitable zone is, because I figure that's probably the area you're most interested in by default. But yeah, the ability to zoom in and out would be handy. And yeah, the ability to initiate a scan. We don't want to do an auto scan because that takes too long. We don't want to kick off an event which is taking too long to do. But yeah, we can certainly ask for a scan. Yeah, do you want them to all stand and salute? Okay, so if we make this one a widget switcher then. And then we'll have a vertical doodah in there. And if we have one per mode, yeah, then we can switch these depending on the sensor data. hoping this will work. So for zooming in and zooming out, I think we're just going to have to do it in basic increments for now. Again, this isn't anywhere near like what the finished system will look like, so this is literally just a test for now. So create. I'm just wondering whether or not we rather than using the range controls, which is the way it's written on the UI, we just say zoom in and zoom out, and then we can have the NPC press the relevant button for that. What's the opposite of magnify? Is it like demagnify? I like the idea of saying magnify, but yeah, we kind of need to reduce. Yeah, yeah, diminish. That's a good one. Yeah. Oh, is that the actual definition?
The opposite of magnify is diminish.
Ah. Claire is busy Googling. I think I prefer reduce though.
Minimize.
Belittle. Belittle that planet. Oh, let's just stick with zoom out for now. Just keep it simple.
I like Lilliputify.
Yeah. I love little Lilliput cottages. They're so cute. If I was to collect a thing, it would be that.
Weird.
Have you seen them?
Yeah.
They're adorable little cottages. They're amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You get like little post boxes and cats and everything.
Oh.
Claire's giving me a weird look.
If you start collecting mini houses, I'm off.
One of the downsides we've got to this border box that we use is because it's a separate widget. It's got no awareness of how big the menu is, so we can't have it automatically expand. So it might just have to have a bit of an overlap. We'll make it as big as the biggest one needs to be, and then it will just look a bit weird when, like if we go down to a smaller one, it's just going to have to look like that for now. Unless we top justify it, maybe that might be the better way of doing it. In fact, that probably would be the better way of doing it, wouldn't it? How big are we on screen? Okay, so if we I'll work out how big the biggest one needs to be, and then we'll top justify the contents there. Ah, thank you, Shadow. There's still a long way to go. No, not yet, Delta. I shall try and do something exciting shortly.
You're gonna dance.
I'm gonna dance, yeah.
Sing. I'll take either.
So the question is, do we have visibility of the census data? Probably not. So yeah, so if we, yeah, we're going to have to set up a copy of the census data here. So event handler. Find global event by class. And we want event sensors data. Sensors data updated. Pass to event sensors data. And then get sensors data. Bit long-winded, but it gets us basically whenever the sensors do anything, we get a copy of the sensors like state file essentially. So if we promote that to a variable, then we can reference the current state of the sensors in order to control like the widget switcher and stuff. So if we break that, do a switch on that, and then we can get our widget switcher for the sensors, that one, and then we can set active index. To be honest, we could even do this more nicely like this. Zero, 1, 2, 3. So every time the sensor's mode updates, we get a different widget switcher page. So if we just go and give this a quick whirl. Summon an NPC. Oh, it looks like Commander Burr. As does every bold guy I ever see. So GPS mode gives us that, long range gives us that, medium range gives us that. That's not working. Let's pop this down here a minute. So this function is called every time the menu is created. So we update the details. So as long as we are storing an updated version of this with the sensors, we should always be on the right page. Ah, there we go. I didn't like doing it on the update. So we've got magnify and zoom out on the GPS mode. If you go to long range, it now has the same options. Medium range, no, it's still not working. Whoops. Oh, I've updated this, by the way. One, to have a back face, so you can see the back side of whatever it's rendering, but also it now knows what the nearest object is by default, and it will set the display range to be double whatever the radius of the object is. So we can always, rather than just having a blank map with nothing on it, it will always put the object in view, just to make that a bit nicer. Ooh, okay, so it changed then. So long range, cancel, cancel, short range. Oh, I see. It's doing a thing. So we need... maybe we do a mode with nothing on it. So if we add... no, that's not good, is it? Or is it? Yeah, so if we have just a blank one to begin with, and then we can load up the other ones as we need them, which does mean, of course, that we need to get a copy of that, pop that on there, so that each one's got the dividers on it. Okay. So by default it should be 0. We'll disconnect that for now. So when we open the menu, it should read from this and then set this accordingly. So that would be 1, that would be 2, 3, and 4. Just check. So short is 4, 3, 2 is long range, 1 is GPS, and then 0 is the blank one. We could even add a bit of text in there. Something like that. So again, this will obviously be a lot easier once we have a radial menu. Then we're not having to cobble together something quite so hacky. So it's correctly choosing GPS because that's the screen we're on. If we go to long range, it's still showing GPS, which would suggest that it's not picking up the sensor mode. But then if we go to short range, it was getting rid of it earlier. Interesting. What if we do it on there? Interesting. Perhaps that needs to be rather than on construct, maybe on initialized instead. Okay, GPS is correct, and it's still showing GPS. Record once at game time on non-template instances. Oh, is it because we're destroying it? Okay, so I think what's happening is we destroy the widget, which of course means we're destroying this, and then when it reopens the widget, of course this is now reset, which means it's not getting the update. Okay. Yes, that is defaulting to 0. Are we storing this on the game state? Because if we are, that would be a good place to get it from. Basically no. Are we... Ooh. Or... because the underlying blueprint is either the character or the chair. I'm pretty sure they don't save the sensor data. I'm just thinking, if we save the sensor data somewhere more locally, more localized, then it's available sort of game-wide. And game state would kind of... It feels like the best place to do that. Because I don't want to do it on a per pawn basis. So if we just pop that on there. Oops. Pop that on there. And store that there. So then we definitely have a copy of that data to hand, which just means on here, let's go for construct. So if we get game state, come on, get game state, and then we cast to game state, and then we get our sensors data, and then we can set our local copy of that now. So that gives us our stored version, which we can then use to set up the menu. Was I setting the wrong one? Oh yes, I was. Right, let's see whether this fares any better. Okay, yeah, that seems to be working. So we've set nothing up for medium range yet, and we've got nothing on short range, but we've got some GPS actions there, and we've got some long range actions there. So yeah, so starting off in GPS mode, you'd say something like long range mode, pick a star, and then we'd say show the long range details. That shows you the details for that star. We can then set that as our nav target and go there. So the Helm NPC will now dutifully take us to that planet that we have here targeted. Now the way that I want to improve this interaction is, right now we've got this little menu that pops up, which is a little bit small and often difficult to use, especially like, you know, if it's like all the way over there or whatever. So I'm thinking, rather than having buttons on here, when you click on a star, it'll show you an information box instead. So you just got some data points there about that object. But the act of having targeted it means that that is now available to both the sensors and the helm. So it'll stay highlighted until you click off of it. And if you click a different one, it will move your focus to that one instead. So this basically becomes the command target. So on the sensors, you would simply say either target, command target, or, you know, show me details for this target, something like that. But it will inherently know which one you're talking about because it's the one that you've clicked on. And then you don't have this kind of awkward, unwieldy menu that you have to try and interact with. Clicking on it is enough for them to know which one you're on about. Okay. Just checking that that was actually changing its target properly. Yeah. Because what we don't want to do is we don't want to use the buttons for them. So for example, when we click on a planet like that, we don't want to say, you know, target this, because targeting it should be inherent in the command that you're giving them. So rather than telling them to target it, you're saying, you know, show me more details. So targeting it is implied in the command of showing you more details about that object. So we need to make it more of a human interaction, because you wouldn't say to someone, target this and now show me more information. Stealing the helm controls a sec. Huzzah! I love having this upper window now because it lets a lot more light into the bridge, which is always a good thing. Yeah, so adding scan percentage on the holo display is one of the things I'm doing tonight. Because we do have that data to hand. Right, so that's working. That's working now, which means we have some context awareness. Let's try doing this in 10% increments. See, I'm just wondering actually whether or not this would be better underneath the GPS mode rather than having those actions underneath. But unless we maybe stick another wire at the top there. Then get rid of those ones. Okay. So, button GPS. Zoom in 10. Zoom out. So we don't need the 10 on there, do we? Right, we'll add these to the others as well. So we can probably hook these up to the same event, so like we've done here. Because we can let the context of the action be figured out by the NPC. So so all we're doing here is we're just telling it to zoom in generically, and it will know which one we're relating to, because it will already know which sensor page we're on. So we shouldn't need to send separate commands. Yeah, so if we just send those. And I fixed all this yesterday, so it now replicates, because one of the problems we were having was it was not replicating in multiplayer for clients, but now this is now a server authoritative action, so it makes it much easier. Right, so that goes through to the sensors. Okay, so these are the command orders. So we need 2 more on here. So we've got sensors zoom in, and then zoom out. And then we need to get a copy of our sensors data, so we need to know what mode we're on. And yeah, then we'll just do the force button press. So we'll do another button ID, except the button ID needs to be determined by what mode we're on, like so. Need to get all this organized and tidied up again, because it's starting to get a bit spaghettified. So yeah, so we need basically that again for the zoom out, and we can just use the same one there. So we're just simulating a button press, essentially. That's all we're doing. But we do need to know what the button IDs are for those actions. Which would be defined here. So it's that one. So basically, by simulating that button press, that should cater for what we need. So plus plus on that one, minus minus on that one, and I'm assuming the others will be the same. So that's long, plus plus minus minus. Medium, plus plus minus minus. And hopefully I've been consistent. Plus plus minus minus. Yeah, there we go. Nice and simple. So that would be long, medium, and short. Same here. Long, medium, and short. So that should be it, actually. That should be everything we need. So bring up the NPC, and if we say zoom in. Oh yeah, we need to invert these so they're the other way around. Because we're treating it like sensor range, but obviously increasing the sensor range makes the map smaller because you're increasing the range. So we need to just invert that on here very simply. So pop that one in there and that one in there. I may as well do that as well. Right, and that should have the desired effect. Okay. No, because one of the most confusing things about this, and this is what catches me out as well, is that increasing the range is obviously making the map smaller. So you're not zooming in and zooming out. So if you decrease the range, obviously you're decreasing the display range, so it's making it bigger. If you increase the display range, you're looking further, therefore making the display smaller. So this is the opposite of zooming in and out. However, by saying zoom in, you're leaving it to the sensors guy to kind of do that conversion in their head and press the relevant button. I've tried having this before as zoom, but it's counterintuitive that way as well, because as you're zooming in, the number's going the wrong way. So it's about picking the lesser of two evils. Do we want the number to be going the wrong way or the map to be going the wrong way? It's just swings and roundabouts really. And the same here. So by increasing the range, obviously you're seeing more, which is making it smaller. By decreasing the range, you're seeing less, which is making it bigger. So conceptually, it's correct. But obviously, we're just telling the AI to zoom in. So from their perspective, when we say zoom in, they literally just zoom in. And zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. And so on. We definitely need to open this up to the left click, because having to look at them and press F means you're no longer looking at the thing that you're interested in. Like, so if we zoom in there, we're not seeing the result of the zoom in unless we kind of position ourselves like this. And arguably that in itself is a little bit clunky. I'm wondering whether this would be better if it didn't go away. So when you zoom in, the menu stays up so that you can click it multiple times. But yeah, we'll look at that for a quality of life improvement. But it works, that's the main thing. There are going to be lots and lots of quality of life improvements we can do around this, because it's, you know, this is the main way you're interacting with the crew, so it's it needs to be slick. Yes, Doubter, I don't think that's a terrible idea at all. Yeah, I'll have to have a think about that, because the hotkeys that we use per console change depending on which chair you're sat in. So like when you sit in the helm chair, all of a sudden you've got keyboard controls for flying the ship around, and those keyboard controls stop working if you get out of the helm chair. So we basically swap control contexts depending on which chair you're sat in. So we'd have to have like command shortcuts if you're sat in the command chair, but if you get out of the command chair, those shortcuts are no longer going to work. So it's, yeah, we'll have to have a look at that. Yeah. Right, so what did we just do? So we've got zoom in and zoom out done. So this details button here, we need to change this one to the back button. Yeah, so we've got voice attack support already. So like on the helm, because we've got keyboard shortcuts set up on the helm, you can put those keyboard shortcuts into voice attack or game glass or anything like that. Basically anything that can fire a keyboard shortcut at the game window, you can set up with voice commands. So yeah, definitely doable. But again, it's about making sure that we pre-configure all the keyboard shortcuts that are needed in advance, and then making sure that they're triggered as needed. But yes, voice attack does already work. Again, I'm trying to keep this as natural language as possible. No, I think voice attack is free. had voice attack literally for 15 years now, I think it is. Probably even 20 years. Because I used to use it for World of Warcraft. So it's very old. Right, if we do another widget switcher. Well, I suppose I could just collapse the button when we don't need it. Yeah, I'll do that. And then we need just had a thought actually. I could add these next to it rather than underneath, and then we don't have to worry about the menu size getting bigger or smaller. I think I will do that. So yes, this one would be initiate survey. Ah, okay, yeah, I've not used the voice attack for quite a while. Right, so what we want to do here then is we want to what do we want to do? I guess if we add another canvas panel. Yes, I know they're bad. Which is going to have to be a child of that. And then we're going to have to put it like over here somewhere. So if we 0.5 that there, I guess 0.5 that there. And then we'll do a duplicate of this. Yeah, because we'll take our widget switcher. And we'll stick that on there. Yeah, that'll work. Actually, that'll kind of work because we need the border box there. And then we need that to be a child of that. And it can't have children. So that means we've got no choice but to put another canvas panel there. so that that can go together. Okay. Why is that one offset? So it's in the middle. Both in the middle. Both of them are in the same place. Weird, don't know. Okay, so make that smaller. Just trying to get my head around the UI a minute. As everyone here knows, I don't like working with UIs. Well, to be more specific, I'm not a fan of working with widgets. I find them clunky and an annoyance. Right, long. No, not there. Stop opening. So if I actually make that a line to there. Actually, no, that's not good, is it? Because we need to move that up and down. So the GPS one needs to be next to the GPS mode. So if we move so that's going to have to go up like that. Actually, that one can be separate to that, actually. Yeah, because that's our main widget switcher with all our different tabs. And then that one needs to have this one next to it. So where did it's over there. Yeah, so that needs to go there. Now we can change this one as needed. Yeah, so to be honest, that can be blocked right in the middle, like that. So they're both on top of each other, which means then that can also be directly in the middle. Okay, which means that that one can have its objects moved. Right, so we should now have GPS, long, medium, and short. So they're all aligned with the buttons, which means this doesn't need to be quite so big anymore. And then this should stay the same size at all times, which means you don't need to worry about the more or less buttons appearing. Okay, so we've got that, and then we just have to move that. That should do it. I may make it actually so that so these buttons don't specifically close the UI. Like if you cancel it will, or if you dismiss it will. Maybe I could change that to done. Yeah, I'll have a look at that, and then we'll maybe choose whether or not we cancel this based on which button's been pressed, which means you can like zoom in lots then without having to open it each time, which would be annoying. Where are we? So yeah, so we just need to set this to the same place now. So that was 400. Maybe we'll set this back to white, just to mirror this a little bit, and then keep it smaller. Is that one 18? 16. Yeah, just keep that one a bit smaller. And then make this a bit smaller. Okay. And then we'll just copy those to the rest of them. So this is basically replicating how the radial menu will work as you drill down into different options. Right, so we want so that one was minus, call it minus 18, minus 17, which means that also needs to be in the same position, so that was 400 minus 17. White, set that to 14, get rid of that line at the top. So GPS actions, long range actions, and then we'll do the same for the others. 400, and that one was, let's see, so 41, 40, 42, 43, yeah, about 43. Okay, so 104. Should make that one 400, 104. $400, 104. Okay. Right, so if we specifically remove that, so we know that summon or dismiss definitely needs to kill the window. And then we will decide from here whether or not we're killing the window. Now we need to do the same on this one as well. So we'll get rid of it from there. So if we're sitting in the chair, we're getting rid of it. If we're summoning or dismissing an NPC, we get rid of it. And then we'll get rid of this one based on wherever the order is. Which means that's going to have to I think in order to keep this simple, if we make it so that the default action will kill the menu, and anything that doesn't kill the menu, we'll just add that as a specific order that doesn't kill the menu. So things like the zoom in and zoom out won't kill it. Okay, so we just need to do the same thing here. So same again, the default's going to kill it, and the rest will not. And then that would have been, so zoom in and zoom out are two that definitely don't want to close it. So if we add zoom in and zoom out on here, Actually, yeah, they don't even need a pin or anything connected to them because they'll just stay here and not kill the window. So those ones will keep the window open, anything else will close it. And then we just need to do the same on here. I'll just copy that rather than having to redo it. Oh, didn't want to close that. Right, so one thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to disable F if the menu's open. Otherwise, we're going to get to the point where we will have multiple windows and then they won't close. So it's essentially this again. So we only want to process F if that is not currently an active widget. And again, we'll do that on both. Should prevent us from opening multiple widgets of the same style. Okay, let's see how this goes. So, summon NPC. Of course, we haven't set these up yet, but okay, so to hook that one up again, make sure that works. So that works, that works. There we go, so we can zoom in and out now without it closing. And then the idea is that you do that and then click done when you're done. Why is done not working? So that's NPC dismiss, menu cancel. Right, because menu cancel isn't one of the options on here. So that just needs to go through just straight to kill the menu. At the top to keep it cleaner. Obviously cancel has no action associated with it, so it didn't actually need to be on here. So I can just go straight through to kill the menu. Right. So we need these to show contextually now. Right, so the main widget switcher needs to default to 0, and the sensors one also needs to default to 0, which means we're not showing anything. So when we do this, So sensor mode. Oh, I think it's already doing it actually. Yeah, widget switcher sensors. So 0 is that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, just need to fix that one. Make sure that that's properly positioned. So that was 400, and this particular one is 43. So short, medium, long GPS. Okay. Summon NPC. Okay, so it's already on GPS. Then we go to long, medium. Right, need to make sure these don't close it. And then short. So we've got short range, medium range, long range, and GPS. Okay. That works, so we should be able to go GPS, zoom, 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 done. Nice. Right, and then we need to add the mode switches to our flag here. So yeah, so it's these ones. So it's sensors GPS, sensors long, medium, and short. And to make sure that we do a refresh as well. Okay. So I'm expecting the menu to not update to reflect the fact that we've changed modes. So yeah, so this isn't updating, but that's fine. Just need to make sure we flag that in here. So whenever yeah. So actually, we can make use of this. Because as much as we can set that variable immediately from game state, we can also set up an event listener. So we can also update the same variable based on the sensors updating before the menu closes, and then we just need to fire configure buttons again, which should just refresh everything like so. So the sensors updating will automatically update the UI, which will also cater for any circumstance where if you say you've got long range mode selected, if someone else comes along and presses a button on the sensors UI to say GPS, it means that this UI will update automatically based on that person pressing the sensors, because it's automatically sending out the sensor state file, which kind of does mean that you control the captain a little bit by mashing the buttons, but that's what the brig's for. Okay, so that's working. So select the person, we've got zoom in, zoom out, long range, zoom in, zoom out, medium range, zoom in, zoom out, short range, zoom in, zoom out. That's all working splendidly. Yeah, and then we just basically click done when we're done with issuing commands. Don't need anything special for the helm, although right. So okay, we need a special flag for the helm then that gets rid of this. Otherwise, it's going to be there at all times. So right, so we're gonna. So it's the easiest way to do this is we'll do another select. Can we do a select just on an integer? Oh yeah, we can. Great. So we already know which department we've got selected there. So specifically, if the department is sensors, or science rather, so if it's 1, then we're going to give it that. So if the department is 1, set that widget switcher to that, otherwise set it to 0. And then that should fix it coming up on the helm. Right, so that one's showing the GPS actions, that one is not. So, huzzah. I'll add the dividing lines on that one just to tidy it up a little bit. So we also need to disable E when the menu's up, because otherwise now we've got a menu that won't go away. Yeah, so as soon as the menu comes up, we need to kill E. But I'm just thinking it'd be nice to be able to just physically click on the NPC rather than having to look at them. Sure, we can do that. Okay. So basically we need to line trace under the mouse cursor. The same way as we do for pressing the keys on the piano. So on our interaction tick, yeah, we need something on there, which I think we actually have on this one. Yeah, so we basically need that after there. Okay, so we're using the right channel. Okay, then we're using that for the hollow display. And I think for everything else we will we're going to have to do the same action here. I don't think we actually need that bone name for anything. We do want that, them, because if we pop them there, so that one is actor, that one's component, so then we'll take our hit component into there, pop that into there, and then we'll take our actor, pop it into there, and also there, and then that can go to there as well. So then proceeding as normal. we also do that on this one? Okay, so we need the component, and we need the actor, and then that can go straight into our tag check, and then we just deal with those tags accordingly. So that should now highlight the chairs if you're holding down F. Oh yeah, that should be a pure cast. Right, let's give this a whirl and see. So, holding down E. Okay, so we've got awareness that we're looking at stuff. Summon NPC. Okay, so that's killed. Right, so that's killed the mouse because we had E held down. So we want to be able to click it, not press F. Okay, so it definitely gives us the same thing. Might be able to actually do picking things up with E, which would be quite nice as well, rather than having to point and click. Hold E and click. Okay. Right, and then we need to sort out the handling of that, because when we left click, yeah. Right, so that's when you hold down E, and then that's when you press F. Ah, there you go. This is when we left click. So we kind of need to work out whether or not we have clicked something matching a certain tag. So if we are yeah, so we can do a tag check on the actor. It's probably the easiest way of doing that, to be honest. So if we get our looking at actor, so we do a switch on name. We're going to have to branch both of these. Actually, we don't need to branch them, do we? Oops. Right, so we've got started and completed, so we need 2 of them. Then we can get rid of them. Right, check. If it's specifically actually no, it's a vehicle, isn't it, this one? If it's not a vehicle, do what it was doing already. Same with this one. Oops. Helps if I spell it right. So if it's a vehicle, then we need to do something different to normal. If it's not a vehicle, we fire the default pin and just carry on as we were. So if it is a vehicle, then we basically need to replicate that functionality there, which would be a custom event. That'll do for now. Clicked chair. And then down here, click to chair. I don't need to worry about this one, that's fine. What we do need to do though is stop this from firing when we let go of E. I think for that one we'll just use this. Yeah, it's probably the easiest way of doing it actually. So if the pop-up menu's on the screen, then we don't do any of this stuff. But we do need to set interaction key held to false on here. Just to make sure we're not flagging that we're still holding that. This all of this interaction logic has gotten a bit spaghettified, so I need to condense and sort of repackage this into something that's a little bit more streamlined. Let's just give that a try a minute. So we should be able to bring up the pop-up menu by clicking with E, and then it shouldn't mess up the fact we've got E held down. So click. I'm pressing E, nothing's happening, which is great. Summon the NPC. So okay, so that works. We don't have any mouse control until we tap E, and now we do. Okay, so why are these not giving control? Why is that not summoning an NPC for a start? I can definitely click on them though. So that's something. So it's not actually passing that through. Yeah, so we need to set a couple of these things. We don't need to worry about input mode because we're setting that elsewhere. But definitely need to sort that out. Yeah, so in addition to that, we need to do these things as well. Just to be annoying. Yeah, so this, all of this needs to be wrapped up in more of a streamlined interaction system. So rather than having all these little bits cobbled on, it needs to be something a little bit more refined. Right, click on the chair, summon an NPC. So we've got control back, so that's a start. So we can do that and do that. Do that, do that. And we're not losing control of the character. Do that. Allows us to sit. They won't do anything yet. I could probably move the title to match the cursor position, but that's a problem for another day. Okay. So it'd be interesting to know what's actually firing when we do this, because it's definitely closing the UI, which means it's definitely going through the process of, find the right one. It's definitely getting to here because it's processing this. So let's just test that there a minute. Right, so if we take our action ID, stick that in as our string, we'll find out what it's actually doing. So summon, yeah, that's definitely summoning an NPC. It's interesting that it's not doing it. So if we do it, that's really weird. So if we do it via F, it works. And we're definitely getting that via E. Well, that works via E. Oh, of course, because we're not using E anymore at this point, are we? Okay, and the different modes work. Can we dismiss an NPC? No, we can't. Okay, so everything but summon and dismiss works. Actually, let's make sure we can actually dismiss with that. An interesting side effect of this is you don't actually need to hold down E, you can just click it. Oh, I wonder if it works from there. Oh, it does. So I'm coming up with a bit of a philosophical quandary here, because obviously we've got F as our contextual action key, and the idea is that F will do something different depending on the context. However, do we want it so that you can just run up to a chair and click on it to sit down, bypassing the need to hold F? So like with this chair, click and sit. Obviously that doesn't work on there. Okay, you need to make sure that we don't break the piano with this. Yeah, obviously we want the UI and the interaction and everything to be as slick as possible, because we want it to be as one-to-one as we can make it. So just walking up to a chair and clicking on it and to be able to sit is actually, it feels good to be able to do that. Having to press F actually feels like it's more effort, so I quite like that. Everything else in the game world is just point and click, so why shouldn't chairs be? And obviously we then got the unlocked mouse mode to do things with more finer control. Well, it doesn't really matter what key it is. It's more the fact that there was a key at all. So, walking up to a chair and pressing F when your hand's already on the mouse. Walking up to the chair and just clicking it is fundamentally quicker and easier. So, I'm just trying to think ahead as to whether or not there's any other circumstance where left clicking is going to be bothersome, or it's going to take away from something else. I suppose, like if you've got a handheld tool, like a weapon or something like that, obviously left click is going to be shooting the weapon. So we don't want the weapon to not work when you're looking at a chair, because that's the only way we could do it. So in that regard, we do need F as an action key. Yeah, or middle click. I mean, that's not a terrible option. We've got E already. So E is the unlock key for the mouse. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you can press E to unlock the mouse and just click stuff in the world. So we want to retain that ability. Yeah, I'll think on it. I think, well, that is what I'm doing, Celtic. So that's the debate. So right now, you can walk up to a chair, left click, and you can sit down, which is like an unintended consequence of what I just changed. But if you were holding a weapon, then you would have to block the weapon from firing if you're looking at a chair, and I can foresee circumstances where that would get in the way. Or if perhaps you're using a tool on the chair, like a repair tool, so you then have that kind of left click priority list as to which left click you process. Like, do you process the tool or do you process the chair? You start getting into conflicts, whereas having a different button for interacting with an object puts that divide between something in your hands that you're using and something you're doing an action on. Yeah, definitely, Benedict. And I think, again, with once we start implementing handheld objects, then at that point, using a left click to sit becomes something that would cause conflicts. So yeah, I think we just need to make sure that left click doesn't do that. Yeah, see, again, that's just adding like complication for the sake of complication. But more to the point, why does that not work if it's been accessed via E? Yeah. Yeah. Once we've got handheld stuff, then we will reapproach that question. I'm wondering whether or not we take these actions here and we actually chain them from this, because perhaps it's this which is breaking the menu from working. And I'm just guessing, but it's the only thing I can think of, because beyond this point everything's the same. And then when we release E, I think we need to do a hang on, let's refine the logic on this a little bit. So lost it, where is it? So if attack equals vehicle, or the pop-up menu is in view, so if either of those conditions are true, we don't want to do that. And then the same would be true here. So if neither it's a vehicle or the menu's up, then we can do that. Okay. So if either of those are true, then if it's a vehicle, then click it. and that can stay as false. Okay, let's give that a try a minute. The scroll wheel will be for switching between handheld objects. So if you've got like a tool belt that has different things on it, you'll be able to mouse wheel between them. Ah, interesting. So if I... Okay, so this is a looking at thing. So if I hover the mouse over it and left click, then we get our menu come up, which is fine. But when we summon the NPC, we're not looking at the chair. If we move so we're looking at the chair, then summon the NPC, it comes up. So click, dismiss, click, summon. If we're not looking at the chair when we click, then it's not doing it. But I suppose it can do these other actions because it's not interacting with the chair itself. It's interacting with the holo display. So what it's doing is it's losing the reference to the chair if you're not looking at the chair, because it's running on, there's a tick running for interaction, and if you're not looking at something, it's clearing the variable for the thing you're looking at, which means by the time you've clicked on the UI, that variable has been cancelled. So yeah, so it's the interaction tick that's doing it, because if we're not looking at anything, we're clearing it here, which means we need to capture a reference to it the moment we click on the menu. Yeah, so okay, so let's store the porn. So if we why is it recreated that variable? I'm going to undo that because that looks like it might create some kind of a bug. So So stored pawn. Do that. What is that? Is that a pawn object? Yes, it is. So pawn object reference. Right, so we're going to store a reference to that. Immediately upon determining whether or not the viewport's already there. And then from that point on, we will use the stored pawn rather than the looking at pawn. Okay, let's give that a try. So hopefully, because we're storing that as a separate reference now, it can't disappear. Although we will clear it when we're done with it, otherwise it will linger. So click on the chair, summon NPC. There we go, now it's working. Which means we should, from over here, be able to click on the NPC, go to our long range mode, do our zoomies, click on the object, set target, and then while still looking at it, we can come over here and do align to my target. Wow, that is one cold object. Yeah, so that works, and then we need to implement the back button, which we don't have yet, and then initiate survey, which we don't have yet. And we'll make those ones maybe close the UI. Yeah, so if we make this like a semi-transparent radial menu, it'll get in your face less. But at least now we can change things without having to actually look at it, which means we're no longer looking at the thing we're interested in. So hold E, click the NPC, do the commands, drops a good one. Okay, so then the next thing would be to sort out toggling those so that they don't all come on at once. So that's the problem we had before. We can just keep opening menus all over the place. Although those ones do time out. Okay. So we need to do a bit of jiggery-pokery with this to recognise the fact that there is a command target in play. And we might need to add that to the sensors data as a separate thing. Yeah, so where we're processing the command order on here, I think we're going to have to update the sensors data with a new reference for an object. Yeah, so I think we're already getting the entire object's worth of data when we click on it, so we should be able to add more to it than that. Yes, Anasi, I am. That's one of the things that is on the list right here. Just haven't hooked it up yet. So we just need to do these ones. So it's long back, and that's long survey. We just need to make sure that the survey and the back button are not there or they're grayed out when we don't have a target. To be honest, now that we've got the sensors data, that should be fairly easy to do. So we just need a reference to those. So if we grab that again, so we want so it has basic target. Yeah, so that should do it actually. So on that one, so we'll set enabled on that based on whether or not we have a target, nice and simply. And then when it comes to, so we've got survey back. Okay, so are we checking if we're on detail view? That one. So we're on system locations. We need a back button to be enabled, otherwise disabled if we're looking at the stellar view. And then when it comes to the survey button, oh yeah, actually both of those can be enabled. So survey and back can be enabled if that. However, if we're scanning, so yeah, this will be easier actually. So if we So if we're not scanning and we're looking at the system locations, then those buttons should be enabled. Otherwise, they should be disabled. Right, let's just try those a minute. And then obviously we need to do the actual commands for those. So we've got the back button and the survey. I don't think I mentioned this actually since the last stream. I said on the last stream that we can just cast to the player character rather than setting up a blueprint interface because we were only going to be using the player character for now. However, I then of course realised that if you're playing as the captain, you'll probably be sat down in a chair. So of course then the chair pawn needs to be able to do the same actions, which means we're no longer casting to the same class, which means it has made much more sense to set this up with a blueprint interface. So this is now a lot more simplistic compared to the last stream, because we're literally just grabbing the actor reference and firing off a blueprint interface. Much simpler. So that's sensors back, sensors survey, and yeah, and so what we're doing is we're sending the action ID, which in most of the cases doesn't require any context, but if it's a command, it requires some additional context as to which command we're talking about. So it's nice and simple, nice and flexible. We're just sending strings. And they can obviously be whatever we want them to be, which makes for quite a nice versatile system. And then on here we just then need to again process those strings as they come in. So we've got our command having been sent, and then we just then take that string and do what we want with it. Yeah, so in the future, depending on your rank and role, the radial menu you get and the commands available to you will be different. So, you know, someone who's not the captain won't be able to do a bunch of the stuff that the captain can do, for example. I'll probably collapse this into a subgraph. That'll do it now. Be a bit easier, wouldn't it? Collapse them. Handle commands. There we go. And we can expand this a bit without covering the whole thing with spaghetti. We do, however, need to know what the command is for that specific button, so that would be long range back, and then survey is going to be context sensitive. So just like what we've done here, we will need to set up all the different survey modes. Obviously there's nothing for the GPS, nothing for well, the short range will actually have a scan, won't it? So we're assuming that's short range scan, and that one's probably medium range survey. Although let's check them to be sure. So medium range scan, just to be different, and that is short range scan. Okay, so it shouldn't matter which one we're plugging into that now, it will do all of them. Yeah, it's mostly done in blueprints. The only things that are C++ are things which need to be, so anything which is running on tick or just generally real time. Even the electrical system is blueprints because it's all event driven, so nothing's particularly ticking. Everything's all event driven. Over time, a lot of this will get converted to C++ because ultimately it is more performant that way. But yeah, for now, we certainly are not in a rush to. Right, so let's give this a try. So long range. Right, so we've got those ones are grayed out, which is what we want them to be. Yeah, the first officer and the captain will have exactly the same abilities. Right, so we target that one there. So align to my target is now available as an option because we've got something targeted. So we can click that, that brings up this. And because we're on this mode, we should now also have the back button and initiate survey. Obviously align to target is now disabled because we're on the wrong page. So we can go back, which we haven't hooked up apparently. Okay, I'll look into that one. And survey, which we probably also haven't hooked up, right? Yeah. Right, so we're sending through sensors back, sensors survey, which we're processing as sensors back, sensors survey. Oh, that's the problem. We haven't actually hooked it up. So we're not processing the faux button press. Yeah, so within 5.5, I can't remember whether it was 5.3 or 5.4, they added the ability to generate the C++ headers automatically with the blueprints. So that will take the pain away from it a little bit. But one of the beauties of blueprints is, yes, if you're doing real-time stuff, they are slower because it's an emulated environment. And you don't get as much control over engine features because you've only got what's exposed already to blueprints. But because of that, it's very, very difficult to break the engine with blueprints. Like, things like null pointer errors and things that generally crash the engine. You don't get that with blueprints because it's a very safe environment to work in. So it's nice in that regard. We don't get a lot of engine crashes. So let's target that one. Okay. Align to target and initiate survey.
Initiating long-range survey.
Okay, that's working.
Long-range survey complete.
Great. Okay, so back to stellar view. And then align to target. Okay, so we've lost our zoom buttons, and I'm wondering whether that's because... Oh yeah, because we're on the wrong mode, that's why. So, right, so these zoom buttons also need to be context sensitive. Good night, CSI, have a good one. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the night shift is probably going to be like a rotation as to who's commanding it. So we'll probably have... I think it makes sense to have the captain on the main shift, the first officer on the secondary shift, and then whoever on the night shift, because the night shift is going to be skeleton crew. But that said, we kind of want the first officer on the bridge, so along with the captain. I don't know. We'll have to have a look at how that works on real naval vessels. I mean, I've never served in the Navy, so I don't know how it works. But however it works in real life is how it will work in the game. Basically, that's our benchmark. What was I doing? Yes, so... Okay, so for these zoom ones then, yeah, we also need a long range. Where are we? Long current page. That one. That's, I'm not going to click hide unconnected pins because it takes forever to go through them. Clicking them off manually is ironically a lot quicker than pressing the button. Although perhaps not if you click them all at once. Alright, AJ, sounds good. That should be it. So that is sector locations. guess we just need to do it like this. So if sector locations is true, then we'll do that. We'll do the same on this one as well. So and then what is the command for the other one? That one. So it's long detail plus plus. So minus plus plus. Right, so that should fix that. So it now knows which page you're actually looking at as to which button to press. Because again, all we're doing is we're simulating button presses with all of these. Yes, Modus, exactly that. So each exposed blueprint function is basically something in C++ that's been exposed into blueprints. They're essentially engine functions. So Epic have exposed like a number of engine functions to blueprints, and I've exposed more as and when they are needed. So there's a few things that we've got which are basically just exposed functions into blueprints. So you can still do that. You can still build a game, predominantly using blueprints, and then if there's some engine function you need that's not available already, something that Epic's not made available, then you can write your own C++ function to then expose that to blueprints. So a couple of examples that we've got there are like the current graphics API, the name of the CPU, the GPU vendor, things like that, which are not naturally exposed to blueprints, but you can just write a few helper functions to expose them. And at a lower level, there's a lot more you can do, again, just to you write a specific C++ function, expose that function to blueprints, then you can just chuck it into your blueprint graphs. But by default, I would say, at least from my own experience, nothing Epic have exposed can crash the engine, at least not without trying really hard. So it does make blueprints a very safe working environment in that regard. It's very, very difficult to break the engine using blueprints because you're not fundamentally interacting with the engine at a core level. You're only interacting with it using like pre-sanitized functions, if that makes sense. But I guess the flip side to that is there's not as much as you can't do as much in blueprints as you can in C++, because of that reason. Right, so what else do we need on here? I'm going to remove the 10% on these because it isn't actually 10%, it's just an arbitrary amount depending on what mode it is. So just to keep it honest, we will remove any falsehoods. to be initiate survey. So with these ones, because we've already set up the handler for conducting surveys, we don't actually need to do that again. So we just need to pop that in there and job done. And then we'll do the same for the short range. Right, this one's also going to need a surface view, I guess. So short survey, short surface on. On and off, I guess. So really, we need to. I'm going to change that to toggle depending on whether or not the surface view is currently open. So, and I guess the same with the surveys. So we can add cancel survey to come up when it's actually surveying, because we have that here. So we've got our census data. Where are we? So, long range survey. Short survey. Medium survey. Update text. Right, and then dependent on whether or not we're scanning right now. Yeah, we'll change the short range one separately because it's not called a survey on that one. So scanning is true. Do cancel survey. Otherwise, it's going to be initiate survey. And then we'll do basically the same but different to the short range one. And so scanning is false, then it will be scan target, otherwise it will be cancel scan. And then similarly, we'll do the same thing down here. Oops. So scanning is false, sensor survey. I'm going to say cancel survey, but we might not actually need to do that. And then just make sure that we've got that one added to the list. I am updating the patch notes for the demo release. Yeah, Erix is not wrong. We're about 6 months late, but yes, I'm writing the patch notes for it at the moment. As you can see here, patch notes are coming along. So imminently is the word. Oh, sorry, that's my Discord. Let me just kill that a minute. Do not panic, that's not your Discord, it's mine. Yeah, so patch notes are currently being written. You can, however, get a sneak peek of the demo update already. If you go onto the betas tab on the public demo, there is a pre-release testing branch which you can go and check out, and that's basically the most recent development build. So you can go in there and have a quick look. Which contains everything I'm working on right now, pretty much. Right, so that's the survey. Actually, I'll move those over there because it's kind of all modes. And then we need, on the short range, the surface scan. Over there, pop that onto the short range. Oh yeah, of course. I haven't separated them out to different ranges yet. So that sensors surface map. Okay, so we've got open map and close map. That's nicely easy. So right, okay, so we don't have a specific cancel scan button as far as I can see. Is that also true for medium range? Okay. Hang on, we must be handling cancel scans separately. Oh yeah, there we go. So yeah, so if we're pressing the button whilst we're scanning, it will cancel the scan. So that's already handled, which means we don't need to specifically do this. We can just send that straight through a second time, and then all we need to do is rename the button, which we're already doing, so that's fine. That will take care of itself. Yeah, and then we just need to once again copy this. So and then we'll need to do the various layers on the planet as well. What am I doing? That one. Right, so cancel survey is redundant, we don't need that. So yeah, so we'll have those as separate ones. So we want surface map on, surface map off. But are we flagging that it's on or off on the data? That's the question. Yes, we do. So surface map on, except we're going to change that depending on this. Nope, not that one. Depending on this. So surface map on, surface map off. We don't have the interior cutaway view yet. Right, that should solve that one. Let's give that a quick try a minute. So we'll go to short range first and show surface view. shaders are compiling, that's why that didn't show up. Well, that's interesting. Why is it showing a random Earth-like instead of Earth? Actually, let's toggle that, just make sure it does actually toggle. Okay, yeah. Ooh, yeah, so of course we can't right, yeah, so the reason it's showing us no surface view is because we don't have an object selected. Which we probably can't. Okay, what I might do is, for now, if you select scan or surface view, it will automatically just target the first item or the closest item to the ship. That will solve that for now. One thing I do notice, however, is that I can't click any of these buttons with left or E, which is probably the same problem we've got here. So let's just fix that a minute. So this will be on this one. So is vehicle. Is not vehicle. Start. End. Kind of need to do the same with this one actually. So is vehicle start. And then we've got probably some logic failure here, so let's just do a bit of spam and see what's going where. Do you mean on the short range sensors? Salem, if you go to the demo, right click the demo in Steam, go to properties, go to the betas tab, and then select pre-release test build, and it will update to the latest pre-release test. So, is not a vehicle, is not a vehicle. Yep, that's what I'd expect to see. Yeah, that's what I'm fixing now, DJ. In your library, so once you've got it installed, go to the game in your library. I'll show you one here actually. Here's one I prepared earlier. Right, so when you've got the demo in your library, if you go to properties and then betas, you can see that you've got the pre-release bug testing build here. So just select that as your beta build, and the demo will update to pre-release bug testing. No problem. Yeah, so these are just toggles. Hang on, I'm just trying to make sense of that question. Will you keep working on this build after the update, and will we need to update, or will we still get updates as you update? What? Will you keep working on this build after the updates? Yes. And will we need to update? Yes. And will we get updates as you update? Yes.
To that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you don't need to worry about the updates. If you're on the right build, of course.
Yeah, so if you're on one of the branches that I'm updating, it will automatically update. If you mean, am I going to keep updating the demo, then the way we're doing this is that all major builds will go on the demo. So like the 225 patch cycle is now finished, basically. That's what we're putting out live on the demo. We will then work on 226, and all the incremental development builds will be internal for us and the backers for the 226 build cycle. Once we're done with patch 226, we'll then push that to the public demo. And then 227, while we're working on it, it's internal and backers only. And then when it's done, it goes to the public demo. And that's how we're going to be doing the patch cycles as we move forwards. Although it's going to be much quicker. So it's taken us 18 months to get 225 put together. 226 should literally be 18 days because it's like we've almost finished it already. Okay, so that works. So if we summon an NPC, does that then stop this from... No, it doesn't. Okay, and can we still use the doodah? We can. Right, so if we target that, then, and say, oi, show me the surface map. It should show us Earth. Yeah, which it does. Great. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if we then get rid of Earth and then we scan target, yeah, it's scanning it. Can we then cancel the scan? Yes, we can.
Video update, Mercy. Dan has to finish writing the written update and then make the video. And then we're good.
Yeah, because this is an 18-month patch that we've got here, obviously there's like a ridiculous amount of stuff in it. So we've got the written patch notes, which I'm about halfway through, and those are going to form the foundation for what will be the video update that goes with it. So I want to do basically almost like a live demo of the patch and everything that we've added over the past 18 months, because quite rightly people are going to be like, well, what have you been doing for 18 months? And then rather than show them 18 months worth of streams, I'll say, well, you know, this is an overview, this is what we've done. Okay, so right, so that's broken again now. So what triggered that? Does that fix it? Oh, for sure. I mean, like a lot of the Galaxy stuff, because, you know, a big part of the past 18 months has been refining the Galaxy, and we've literally rewritten the Galaxy generation pretty much from scratch. It's a lot more performant now, it's a lot more involved, there's a lot more complexity to it. But a lot of that stuff is all background code, and one of the frustrating things is, like, we've been working on this for 18 months, like non-stop every day, but a lot of that work is behind the scenes, so it's not like we've got something we can show people and say, hey, look at all this stuff we did, because it's all like, yeah, the Galaxy looks the same. It's like, yeah, it does look the same, but yeah, it's so much more complicated now. So yeah, it's a difficult one to get across just how much work's been done. Ah. Right, so selecting short range is messing something up. Oh, hang on, is it like... what the hell is it colliding with that it thinks everything's the vehicle? Do we have something on the short range sensors which is blocking the trace? Okay, so not vehicle, not vehicle, not vehicle. That works. Medium range. That works. Short range, and oh no, that's fine. Fine. Okay, so nothing there is colliding. When does it... Oh, that's weird. So there's something here. Well, either there's something here or some variable or other is reporting true. Okay, and now it's... Hang on, what's going on? Let's find out. I wonder if it's not removing the fact that the menu's in the viewport. Let's have a look a minute. So let's just see whether it still thinks the menu is there. Right, so no menu. No menu. No menu. Okay. Okay, so it's not the menu, which means it must be the fact that it thinks we're looking at a vehicle. Is it not clearing this, maybe? Right, so that should say true when we click on there, which it does. Okay. And it's still saying true, so it hasn't cleared... Yeah, it hasn't cleared off that variable. So the tick that's ticking away is supposed to clear that. Like, I'm not looking at anything right now, so we shouldn't have anything there. Like that shouldn't even be valid. So we could instead, rather than using that as our reference, we could use our stored pawn instead. No, we can't, because we haven't clicked it yet. So of course that's not even going to be valid yet. So once we've clicked, hang on, let's check this a minute. So we're doing our line traces. I guess the only way to do this, because it should be clearing that variable if none of these conditions are met. So if it doesn't have any one of these tags, it should clear the variable. Or if the line trace fails, it should also clear the variable. Just to satisfy my own curiosity, see whether pressing E fixes the problem. Just realised there's a cat on my lap. How does that happen? Like, how do cats just appear on you? And like, I didn't feel her arrive. She's just here. Right, so server says we're looking at a chair, which we're quite obviously not. Right, and now we're looking at nothing, so it's correctly saying false. Okay, so if we do that, okay, so it's when we dismiss or summon the NPC then. So summon an NPC, it's now showing as true. Press E, still true. Clickety click, still true. Look at the ceiling, still true. Look at the ceiling and click. It's now false. Interesting. So I guess the easiest way to deal with this is we will clear looking at pawn whenever we clear the menu out. So get that. So when we kill the pop-up, we will clear that, and hopefully that will fix the problem. Yeah, definitely. At some point we need Jonesy to be able to jump up on tables, knock things off, sit on laps. The full spectrum of cat behaviours. How is that still true? Alright. Let's take this one step further. Let's grab the actual name of the thing that it thinks we're still looking at. Yeah, I agree. It's like, I specifically told it not to be that, so why is it still that? Well, that's interesting. Because when we're clicking the window, obviously the window doesn't have the tag. So that's clearing the tag. But that is not. So the server is quite rightly saying there's nothing associated with that pawn. However, it's still getting the tag. Huh? We will get to the bottom of this. Right, so none. Oh, interesting. So it's specifically saying none rather than. Well, why is it now saying you? Oh, because of the tag, obviously. Right, so UI. Oh, fascinating. So this must be an engine bug, because the last thing we looked at, i.e. the chair, it's now, even though we're no longer looking at it and that variable has been cleared, it's still for some reason retaining knowledge of the last tag that was on there. Because if we look at the window, which has the UI tag because of this, it now has retained that UI tag, and I bet that one says button. Oh yeah, I just spawned the chessboard. Is that still also UI? Yeah, it's UI too. What about you? Right, okay. No, this isn't a restart situation. This is an Unreal doing something weird situation. So we're setting this. Wait. We're using the actor, not pawn. No, that is right. No, ignore me, because we're checking. Where are we checking it? Can't remember now. It's getting late. Brain's melting. There. No, we're checking. We're checking against the actor for the tag. So are we not clearing out the actor? Is that what we're failing to do? Hang on, let's clear that as well. So no tags, UI, oh, and it's still saying UI. Okay, so yeah, so we're back to it being Unreal being weird. So what's happening is, even though we're clearing this, so now I thought setting it with nothing is fully clearing it, but it's obviously not fully clearing it, because although it's losing the reference to the actor, it's seemingly not stripping out the tags, which is interesting. I mean, we can always just do that and like that. Now it has no tags. Like, that's probably fixed it. But we shouldn't need to do that. That's weird. None. UI. Still UI. That is so weird. So in that case, let us, rather than doing that there, because it should definitely be doing that anyway on our interaction tick, because, you know, if we're not looking at anything, there's nothing there to look at. So if we clear the tags on both of these, I have to do one at a time, like just to be like doubly sure that we're definitely like not holding on to bad data. So we're looking at nothing, we're clearing the tags on everything. Yeah, that should be hopefully all we need to do. Basically, AJ, yeah. Right, so right now we've got nothing, no tags. Click the chair. It's still showing vehicle. Click the window. Now it's showing UI. Click the piano. Click the chair. Still saying vehicle, which means now the piano doesn't work. No, this is something different. Like, that should definitely be setting that to nothing. So the fact that we're still clinging on to those tags over here is strange, and I'm just wondering whether or not this is getting stuck somewhere. So we can do an is valid check on this, because this will return should return invalid, because we're literally clearing out the variable, so there should be nothing valid there. So we could do this in a different way. Right, yeah, let's do this in a different way. So if that's not going to work either, because if we're looking at something else like a floor, it's still going to be a valid actor, isn't it? Well, actually, no, it won't, because it won't be tagged. Alright, so hang on then. So if looking at actor is valid, so if false, do the thing we were already doing, because it's not anything that we care about. Okay, if it is valid, then if it's got the tag or the viewport is hang on, so no, so if the viewport is up, yeah. So if the viewport's not up, so if the viewport is not on screen and there's a vehicle that we're looking at, then we want to click the chair. And we're only doing that if we're looking at a valid actor, i.e. an actor with a tag that we recognize. So let's try that a minute. Okay, so right now, right, hang on, let's check the piano. Piano works. Summon an NPC. Piano still works. Go to short range. Look at the surface map. Piano still works. Close that. Highlight that. Give me the earth. Piano still works. Oh, right, okay, so yeah, so they're still going to show as a valid prop, aren't they? Because they're props. Hang on. So it is a valid thing, but it's not a vehicle, which means continue. Yeah, and then we need the same here. If it's not a vehicle, hang on. Right, yeah, so if it's not valid, we go through there anyway. If it is valid, then we just need to do that double check. And if any of those are true, then we don't act, otherwise we go back. Yeah, that works. Welcome back, Max. Hope it wasn't too arduous. Right, just make sure that we can, right, we can pick that up. We can pick that up. We can play the piano. We can summon an NPC. We can still pick that up. We can still play the piano. We can still interact with that. We can still ask them to show us the map. We can still play the piano. We can still pick things up. We can still enter the flying camera doodah. Okay, and we can still spawn a watermelon. Once the shaders catch up. Okay. Through and everything a minute, just making sure that all this works. So line to my target. Yepity yep. You can take us to that place. And whilst we're flying there, you can do a survey.
Long-range survey.
Okay, that worked. Need to sort out the nav target name, because oh, I see. No, actually, it doesn't matter because they're going to different places. No, that's fine. Ignore me. Right, yeah. So that's all working, and that still works. Still spawn a chessboard. Can still move the chess pieces around. Great. Can still chuck watermelons at people. Okay, so I think that's fixed all the logic issues. Don't have any prop handling code for holding E, but we'll add that over time. I think being able to hold E to interact with the NPCs makes it much nicer without having to just look at them and take your focus away from this. Okay. So, right, so we had the zooming on there, that works. We had zooming on there, that works. Medium range, there's nothing there anyway. Short range, there's nothing there anyway. Okay. Yeah. So it's not automatically selecting the medium range target, and we're just about to run out of time on the stream, so I just want to make sure that nothing is fundamentally broken. What I do need to do, however, is now transfer this onto the chair so that the same thing works on the chair. Where's our... There it is. Just to make sure that we're feature complete across both. I think that's all we did there, isn't it? Just put that on there. Don't need that anymore. Didn't change anything there. Didn't change anything there, so it's all the handle of the left click. Where on earth? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Oh, is that it down there? No. That's that bit. That's the mouse unlock. Ah, there it is. Left click. It's going mad. Just need to translate some of this over to there a minute. Oh yeah, then we need to set up the actor that we no longer want. Right, so we have those. Pop that there a minute. So completed. So false and false go into there. So false and false, and then that goes into there. And then false and false go into there. Yeah, so really that needs to go into started rather than triggered. and that needs to be a sequence. That goes into there, that goes into there. This is in desperate need of some cleanup. Right, so that's that duplicated, and then with our code here, we need to set up that just to make sure that we're not trying to interact with the wrong object. So set that up, and then just change these ones to our stored form rather than our active one. I think that's all the places we needed to change it. Right, so let's just make sure all of that works. Basically, we want the mouse interaction to be the same in chairs as it is like standing on foot. So we'll summon an NPC, and then we shall sit in the chair. Okay, and then we should be able to do that, which we can. Okay, and then we should be able to go summon NPC. Oh, that's interesting. It's still letting us press E, so we need to do something with that a sec. Right, take us home on that one. So he will turn around, fly back to Earth. Okay, that's working. Yeah. Can still sort of interact with things from a chair. Can we interact with that from there? Oh, we can. Good, good. Okay, so the only thing that's not going to work here is it's not going to show us Earth because we don't have anything targeted, but that's fine. Let's make sure I can still do that. Right, so holding down E needed a control there, so what do we do on this one? Right, yeah, so we're just checking to see whether the menu is active, and if the menu's not active, we don't want E to do other things, so there's E there. So that's easy enough. So if it's not in the viewport, then go ahead. Okay. Right. Just test that a minute, make sure it's still working. Okay, so we can summon an NPC, and pressing E does nothing now, so we can't break the menu by pressing E. Okay, so the only other thing so at the moment we can left click chairs to sit in them, which is not the behavior we want. So that's going to come back to here. Okay. Right, so where we're passing that through, we just need to do another check here, which is the interaction key held down. So we only want to do this if we're holding down the interaction key. In fact, we can add it to this. So it's a vehicle, the UI is not on screen, and the oh, actually no. No. Because... oh no, wait, this is left click, isn't it? So... yeah, no, that's right, actually, because we only want left click to do something if the interaction key is held down. So that is right. And that will stop us from just being able to randomly click on chairs. So then we need to do the same thing with this one. Wherever I hit it to. There. There we go. Right then, so left clicking chairs now does nothing, as expected, at least as it should be. Left clicking beer can pick it up, as it should be. Left clicking piano works. Right, so I can't left click it, but I can press F, and if I hold down E, that should work, which it does. Right, and again, I can't left click, but I can hold E and click. IABP? So basically this is the ability to use the NPCs on the bridge in order to control stuff. So you can control the holo display using the NPC. You can also summon an NPC at the helm, and then that gives you helm options, and so on and so forth. Yes. Yeah, we stopped using the classic interaction system a long time ago. So all of the interaction is using enhanced interaction. It's not a bad shout, to be honest, Eric. I mean, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be difficult at all to just have it auto sit, but there are going to be instances where you want to dismiss the NPC but not sit, so it would have to be a separate option. Like, we want like dismiss or like kick and sit. That should be the button name, kick and sit. Thank you, Fristus. No, Calcic. So specifically, again, just to rehash what we were talking about. Some objects in the world are going to require you to press F to bring up some kind of an interaction. So F to sit or F to choose something. Because if you've got something equipped, like a weapon or some kind of tool or like a scanner, then you want to be able to come up to something like a chair and left click that chair to activate whatever that object is. Like if it's a weapon, you want to be able to shoot the chair, because why not? So for things like that, F is going to be needed. We're going to have a similar problem with props, because as much as right now you can left click to pick them up, if you've got a weapon, I guess we need to make sure that that takes precedence. It is going to depend on the object class, but we don't want to build up all these like priority hierarchies. Like, you know, if you're holding something, you can only sit in the chair if it's not this object, you know, just something like that. We will see. Yeah, so things like bottles, you want to be able to shoot it or scan it or whatever. If you then holster the weapon, then left click will allow you to pick it up. Or we'll have like press F on the bottle, and then you'll have options like hold or drink or whatever else. So the F key is going to be the general purpose, what are my interaction options with this object key. So if anything has multiple things you can do with it, then F is the key to press. And then the E key unlocks the mouse under any circumstances, and that will allow you to interact with things with an unlocked mouse, which means you can look at that and click that and still bring up the same stuff without having to move your face around to click on things, which is disorienting and just generally not very pleasant to work with. So I like the ability to unlock the mouse and click on things in the game world. Yeah, so I guess with the 4-hour mark having just ticked by, that's us done. The only thing we didn't get to do was on the short range have it automatically target the object. So you still have to manually target the object, and now the short range buttons work. I need to change that to rename. Hang on, one last quick job, and then we'll call it a night. Depends on the mesh, Joshua. For the most part, if it's a world object, then we just use complex collisions, because with nanite, it uses the nanite fallback mesh for the collisions. which means you get a natural low poly version of the collisions anyway. If it's a moving object, if it's something that we're chucking about, then it's going to use like really low poly collision primitives, which you can't import, because as soon as you import collisions from something like Blender, it treats those as complex collisions. So you can't have custom collisions on an object that you can move. At least that's how I understand it. I might be wrong with that, but I think that's how it works. Right, so just want to make sure that we remove the 10% from those, because that's not actually accurate. And if we make that show surface view, and then we also want a close surface view, so like with the other ones, we will update the name of the button depending on what we're doing. So we want to take that, and then we want to open a shortcut page. There we go. Then we'll do a select on that. Whack that in there. Right, so that would be close surface map and open surface map, or show surface map. Right, that should handle the button text. Just give that a quick whirl a minute. For now, Joshua, yeah, it's not really that much more expensive performance-wise. I mean, the worst thing about it is that if you've got complex collision on a mesh, like say this one, then when you have a physics object like this, those physics are having to do more trying to calculate against a complex surface. I mean, constant collision detection helps, because this object is not penetrating the wall, which is nice. But generally speaking, all the floors use simple collisions, so there's like just a flat surface across here. But yeah, most of this wall panel geometry, they're all using complex collisions. But if you consider the fact that we've got, I don't know, just in terms of wall panels alone, there's probably a good 300 or 400 different meshes. Having to model complex collisions for all of those, like, you're adding so much time to the workflow that, it would be putting us back months and months and months. It's a significant time investment to spend time creating custom collisions. It's one of those things where you have to make a judgment call. What is the lesser of two evils? Right, so if we target that, click that, so we've got zooming in, zooming out, show surface map, huzzah, and close surface map, huzzah. Yeah, perfect. If you do show collision, so this is the actual collision meshes in the game. So it's not super high poly, but you'll notice that the collisions like around here are more simple than the mesh itself, because what you're actually looking at is the nanite fallback, like that bit there. So nanite has collapsed the poly count of this mesh to make the collisions more simple, like around here. Not yet, Delta, but it will do. It certainly will do. Yeah, well, we're using nanite for everything, and you know, so far it's working well. I mean, when you look at the carpets, for example, I mean, like the carpets are all fully 3D because of nanite. I mean, we couldn't do this level of detail if it weren't nanite. Obviously, that's using tessellation, but you know, just having nanite enabled and things like tessellation enables us to go like ridiculously detailed with everything. We can just go absolutely nuts with the detail, and yeah, I'm all about that. Yeah, I think the biggest problem with nanite tessellation is it works like perfectly fine like this, but if you scale it up to the size of a planet, it has some issues. Not unexpectedly. I mean, Unreal was never designed for that. Okay, so I think we'll call it there. I mean, we got quite a lot done tonight, really. We've completely overhauled the NPC interaction. We've added the ability to hold E to click on them. I didn't get the command target bit done that I wanted to do, but everything else got done, so that's good. Yeah, so that's it really. So I'll continue with the patch notes. Hopefully we'll get them done tonight / tomorrow. And then the only thing really left to do to put this build out is to make a video. And then we can make it live and then move on to the VR development, which I'm really looking forward to. Okay, have a great rest of the week, everyone, and I shall see you all on Sunday's stream. Bye for now.